Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day two, the Euro Poker Millions main event, live from the King's Resort in Roswadov. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and announcer for this one. Shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Greetings wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. And what an event we have in store for tonight, tomorrow, and a bonus day of coverage on Tuesday. We will stay until the job's done and crown yet another champion at this fantastic resort. We are playing 80 minutes blind levels. There are still 427 players left in this mammoth field, 5,303 entries. Average stack is a whopping 745k. Small blind is 8k, big blind is 16k, with a 16k running big blind ante. That's 8, 16, 16. Let's go. Vamos, me filo. Hope you're all very well and enjoying the tail end of your summer, although we might have a few more months of sunshine left. Don't immediately recognize many at this feature table. We do have Shaheen, Carol, Bogus, Alessio, Albor, Luke Mans, or Atal Sarte, who we see with Ace King here on the button. Ibrahim Kaaba, Francesco Garita, and rounding out this feature table is Albator, all the way from France. We have Israel, Germany, France, Poland, Italy, all being represented under one roof. Current payout is €1,000. We didn't have any events last weekend. Nearly 10 days of trying to get into day two, and alas, they have all made it through. Very well played, but there's a long, long way to go yet. Structures are always brilliant at Kings, but this one is going to be even more exceptional. 80-minute blind levels. You see the average stack, the guts of 50 bigs. And 3 or 4 bigs off it. And I'm very excited to be in the booth once more. I am in a brand new chair. My diet, exercise, and sleep has been on point. Apart from maybe trying to watch the UFC last night, so I ended up falling asleep too and watched it this morning. Any fight fans out there? See Dustin Poirier hanging up his gloves and Usyk getting a cracking knockout. We do see Johan, the main man in the chat, and Bird flying by to say hi. I see MJ as well. Hello, MJ. We do see that Ace King taking down the previous hand, first hand of the day here. /evening now, 20 past 9 at Kings. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We have an amazing merchandise store on our Kings website. Go over to the Kings Resort website. You can find out all the additional information. And if people are asking questions on YouTube, I don't have any way of policing YouTube, don't have any moderators over there. So I will just be interacting with the chat on Twitch. I like to give YouTube an honorable mention from time to time. It's hard for me to concentrate on 2 different chat boxes all on my own and commentate for you fine folks at the same time. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear. So yeah, we do see the chips in front of the players, blue chips that are still in play, are 1k a pop. Not usually going to have 1k chips in play by the time I get into the booth. Just another verification of how great these structures are. Orange is 5k, green is 25k, and the white chips you see in front of the players are all 100k each. Top 8, almost everyone that makes this final table is going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. We have obliterated the prize pool, 2.659 million. So 2 million. We've gone over by 659,454 euro, which is just staggering. Over 5,303 entries. 590 euro buy-in. What an event this is. Wow. Many players here will have played for many days on end already. It's just our 420 remain in the field. For all these smokers out there. KML is playing K2. Good man, KML. Best of luck. Hopefully we'll see him on the feature. Get a feel for the action and the total and how people are playing. Oratel going to open things up on the button here with Jack 7 suited. I have been trying to book up on some of my commentary, analysing the game, whatever you want to call it. That's all of the World Series of Poker. I actually think I have today 6 or 7 to rewatch for one of the days. Really enjoyed watching all that action, and congrats to Mizraki. A few talking points there. And of course, the World Series is going to be coming to Kings, the European main event version, and all the other events in store, of course. Remember last year, champion took home 1.5 million. We do see all the time in the chats. What up all the time? And hello to Alkin1983. 16k is the bet now for Orr with trips, and that's going to get a call from Shaheen. And picks up an ace. Could lose some more chips now. Quite likely. Turning a pair and rivering 2 pair. I would like to see him bet somewhere around half pot here. Like 120. Goes for 130. It's going to say somewhere around 140. It's probably the maximum I'll be trying to extract from Shaheen. He might still have a 10 that wants to pay. Either way, he's going to get the bad news. And that's a 500,000 chip pot. And the opening proceedings going in the direction of that man right there, or Atal. I like this name. Baby lips. They're baby lips. I have to protect my baby. The South Park reference very early. Usually don't use references now with TV shows until about day 2 or 3. Don't normally have day 3, so it's usually this time tomorrow they come out. But we're all fueled up. I was watching the Irish seniors hurling final. Tipperary beating Cork. If anyone from Ireland is in the chat or likes the hurling, fantastic game. It's all about the poker. Hope you're well anyway, baby lips. Nice to have you with us. And Luke Mann's going to min race. Also, we've seen Arman Bohovic, who final table the World Series of Poker Europe last year. Had the privilege of commentating on him some of his really deep runs here at Kings last year. Not sure how many titles he won. Well, congrats to him. taking down a huge score in the World Series of Poker in Vegas. Grinder doing a lot of work there. He was able to fold and get like 4 or 5 pay jumps, netting himself a couple of million just from folding. Incredible stuff. And yes, his first name is Luka. It was slightly skipping me there just for a moment. Luka Bohovic. So what have we got here? I spy with my little eye. Albator all in for 74k with ace jack suited from the hijack. And that's going to get isolated here by Francesco. Going to click it back. So the all in is for 4.6 bigs. He's clicking it to 6.6. That's going to get the pocket fours out of here. Francesco whips over the tens, and we have first coin flip of the evening. Albator with the ace jack of clubs. Francesco with pocket tens. Queen 9-3 is the flop. 5 of diamonds is the turn. Ace or jack needed on this river, or we are going to have another elimination. It is the 4 of diamonds. No luck for Albator. You will see a lot of pros remaining in this field. You're also going to see a lot of recreationals. It is a €590 buy-in, but you're going to have all different walks of life at the feature table here. Many different backgrounds. And we'll figure it out one hand at a time, folks. If you're just tuning in, it's day 2 of the European Poker Millions. 2 million prize pool obliterated. Demolished. And it is all to play for. And thanks a million for your subscription there, B-Lips. Carol Bogus is your chip leader with 120 bigs. Shortest stack is Ibrahim, and everything in between. And as usual, we've got some fine ambience playing in the background. Some old school music. We have the min raise from Alessio with 9-8 of clubs from under the gun. Luke coming along for the ride in the big blind after Carroll calls in the small but ace jack. Flop is 8-7 deuce. Top pair for Alessio. Just wants to bet here to get paid and clear out some equity. Get paid by a 7. Some straight draws, maybe even a deuce with some backdoors. He's going to bet 41k. Goes for about 1/3 pot. That is going to be good enough to take it down. Well, we see Jax piecing out a 3 bet. Wants to make it somewhere around 110k here. Even more when they're this deep. Somewhere around 3x. Goes for 135, sizing up, not down. And the little duckies ain't going to hang around. The Jacks will take that one down. Aces for Carroll. I think that's just Carroll with an O. And the aces will have to be content with the blinds and antes on this occasion. I see Janeth is in the house. What's up, Janeth? Alessio raises from the button with ace-8 off suit. Ace-deuce in the big blind. Suited. Sometimes we might 3-bet this one, but I prefer a call, and he does do just that. Would prefer to see a 3-bet if it was an unsuited combo of ace-x. Alessio takes that down with the small continue. Ibrahim raising with Jack 10 off suit under the gun, and Shaheen is going to call under the gun +1. Not the biggest fan of calling here under the gun +1 with just an ace-6 suited. These are the kind of hands where we're going to get ourselves in a lot of trouble with so many players to act behind and an under the gun open. Having said that, does have over 100 big blinds, can kind of do what he wants with that amount of chips. Shaheen flopping best. Ibrahim with the Jack 10. Checking twice. River is the king of diamonds. And now it's time to try get some value for Shah. And he's going to bet 50k. Just not a board for the Jack 10. Luke raising with the kings. Seen a lot of action in this opening orbit. Getting 3-bet here by pocket tens. You know we love action on this channel. And Francesco only has 24 bigs back. And wow. Jacks, kings, and tens all out. 2 black jacks for Orr. Now, what way does he want to proceed with an open and a 3-bet in front of him? All options on the table. Easier to fold a hand like 8s, 9s, and 10s to a 3-bet and an open. We're here with over $1 million in our stack. I think we can just call. That's what he's going to do. Now Luke just all in over the top. And Francesco in a very difficult situation now with pocket tens because he has Orr to worry about in the small blind. And this is a 5-bet rip. So the tens can easily just go in the muck at this point. And for Orr, he can't call this amount of big blinds. I've seen stranger things happen here on the Kings stream. But this is just a ludicrous amount of chips to call off with 2 jacks. It's a 5-bet. Now, I will say, the way we've played our jacks is a bit deceptive. We've played it this way so we can get away from our hand, surely. Maybe we call the 24 big blind jam from the pocket tens if Luke got out of the way with a different hand. Obviously not 2 kings. But you see on your screen, it's 45 big blinds more for Orr to call. It's nearly all of his remaining stack when you break it down. And Orr will lose the minimum really with his jacks unless he was just going to fold to the 3-bet. Will say it is very difficult to call out a position against 2 players with jacks. They are a hand where you want to go all in or fold a lot of the time. With that amount of blinds, I don't mind calling from the small. You can make an argument for just folding. You can make an argument for clicking a 4-bet amount that commits you to the 3-bet, but not the initial opener. Interested to see what you think about that one in the chat. Let me know your thoughts. Sartay sauce. In the hijack, min raising with the ace-8 offsuit. $29K is the bet. Shah defending with the 7-4 of hearts. Flopping very well here. Wants to check raise the majority of the time, especially when he has that much chips. Will check raise to 110K. Now he can have a variety of hands here. Some backdoor straight draws. Maybe a hand that has 1 heart. A hand like 8-9 or 9-10. Maybe some Jack X, some pair and flush draws like the combo Shah has. It matters not. Sartay will let it go, and Shah now playing a whopping 123 big blinds, close to 2 million. And Carl almost has 2 million chips himself, taking that one down with the pocket sixes. Or makes it 35k with ace-9 suited. Shah calls on the button with ace-10 suited. And now Carl, with all those chips, two Jabbercadas in the small blind. Razy Daisy wants to make it around 140 to 160 here. And goes for 155. I love this sizing. Very good, very nice. Almost 5x. And Shah is going to get out of dodge, even though he's so deep there. I actually like a call in position with the ace-10 suited. A lot of other hands we can fold, but I just think that one's just going to be a pip too good. Baby Lips says they love KML. Don't we all? Jane says, hi, darts. Alessio flopping trips here against Ibrahim with his king queen of diamonds on the 4 deuce deuce. Well, Alessio taking that one down on the turn. So Carl and Shah at the top of the leaderboard. Tommy and Ibrahim at the bottom. And a lot of middling stacks. There's just infinite amount of big blinds in play here. This is day 2 of the Euro. Poker Millions, main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. So 366 players remaining now. No pay jump in sight until we hit 270. Top pair here for Tommy, your newest arrival at this feature table. From Sweden, yeah. 368k. He's going to call Carl's bet. 154k now in the pot. Tommy checks again. This isn't the kind of hand we want to continue firing on. We would want our opponent to have some 8x. Having said that, we unblock hearts, we unblock diamonds. Does check. Now Tommy wants to go for thin value, somewhere around third pot. Bets 40. Carl is a non-believer. Going to put a lot of pressure on Tommy here with a raise. That 7 of hearts should hit Tommy more than Carl. Carl can have river the flush, of course. Carl raising here, undeterred by Tommy's blockerish bet. Trying to get him to fold something like a 10 now. I just think we're too high up in our range. Tommy makes a really good call. Standard enough stuff. Not a standard bluff here by Carl. And Tommy winning a very nice pot there, getting Carl to raise as a bluff on the river, picking him off relatively quickly. Going to see a lot of that kind of stuff with all these chips in play. 80-minute blinds. Let's go. And that bluff won't affect Carl too much because he's got so much chips. But for Tommy, that's a really nice pickup. It's close to a double up. Sarte. The Jack 10. Min raising on the button. Sarte betting 22k, nothing in it for Orr, and he will let it go. And this has all happened relatively quickly here. 13 bigs, standard enough stuff, blind v blind, ace 5 of diamonds, rejamming. Or's just put him in. And Ibrahim is called. Ibrahim very unlucky that he's dominated here. Queen 6-3 turn. Brings a diamond. Now there's 12 outs that Or has to dodge, and that's not one of them. The 8 of diamonds rolling off. That is one of the outs he was trying to dodge. The 8 of diamonds. And that's a full double up for the ace 5. Luke with pocket 5s, min raising from early position. He'll take that one down. Queen 10 of diamonds now under the gun. So 2 taken down in a row. And Alessio min raising with ace 10 of hearts. See a 3-bet coming in from Orr after Tommy calls with the ace queen. Trying to put an end to proceedings with the 2 black 10s. Also going to get value occasionally. Just trying to trim the herd here. Thin the field. Alessio wants to know how much Orr has behind. I like the sizing Orr has gone with. Almost 10 bigs here. Could go a little bit smaller. But when players are this deep, I think somewhere between 4 and 5x is going to be totally acceptable. That'll do it. 10s take it down, a nice one. Folded around to the hijack here. Ace jack off suit. Average stack now 900k. By the way, I might have mentioned this at the start of the stream, but the winner of this one is going to take down over 400,000 euro for their efforts. Just an incredible amount of money for a 590 euro buy-in. Where else but the King's Resorts in Rosvedov? Carol's going to raise to 58k here. Whoa. Ibrahim being way too tight here. I presumed he opened. We don't really want to be limping those type of hands. And Carol making a 58k. If we are limping them kind of hands, at the very least we want to be calling, especially against one of the chip leaders at the table. Our hand is far too strong. That goes without saying. We want to be opening that pot. And if we get 3-bet, then reevaluate. When we limp, Surely we want to be limping with the intention of seeing a flop, even if we are out of position. But just to fold right out the gate, not great. Not going to make us too much money in the long run. We see a 3-bet from the ace king in the cutoff. The 3-bet is 125. And with his pocket faces, he's forced to go. So the first today we play 80 minutes level. Yeah, that was my opening introduction. It's a whole different ball game. Johan, the main man, when they have ample amount of time to make decisions and have so much chips in front of them. Creates a lot of fun dynamics. That's where we come in. Jay Rosello says we are now in level 17. We play to the end of level 21. Lots of play to come. Let's play poker. Tommy's going to come along for the ride here. In for a penny, in for a pound, and with 8-5 off suit. Alessio with King Jack. Sarte with the pocket fours. Jack 10-5 is the flop. Alessio flopping best with top pair King Kicker. Bottom pair for Tommy. This board favouring the opener from the cutoff. Small blind can have a lot of hands that contain a jack or a 10 when he's sandwiched in between the big and the cutoff here. Does get out of the way with pocket fours. And Alessio will take that one down. We do hear a bit of a stir in the background, bit of a commotion. Good atmosphere for a Sunday night here at King's. Some parties, etc. But for these players, plenty of time to go partying once it's all said and done. Oratal betting 55k here. Carl with a lot of equity but does not hit. This board smacking the perceived big blinds defending range more so than the opening range of Carl. Having said that, we've seen him mix it up with a variety of hands and has a lot of chips. So you can have a wide variety of opening hands, even if he is from early position / middle position 1. $190 is the bet from Orr. And Carroll pitches it with just king high. Orr wins another one. Now playing 53 big blinds. And even though we are live for over an hour and a half, the blinds have just gone up. Small blind is 10K. Big blind is 20K with a 20K running big blind ante. That's 10, 20, 20. So we see Orr calling from the cutoff here with 9-7 of hearts. Luke raises to 40 with ace-10. Carl with pocket tens in the big blind. Wants to be squeezing here a decent portion of the time. Decides to just call. Especially when it's an under the gun open. More reasons to just call. I actually prefer just calling, considering it is under the gun. The initial opener is King 7-3, 2 spades. So we see a bet of 40k from the under the gun open. We have the most King X in our range here. Ortal's going to call with second pair, and now Carl not loving life here with just 2 tens, but for 40k in a pot of 230, take my lunch money and let's see a turn. Just decides to get out of the way, and mightn't be the worst idea. I just think for that price, I want to see a turn, even if I am against 2 players. Jay Vasillo says break in 80 minutes, and I assume a chip race for the 1k chips at that time. Now Luke deciding, can he take this pot away with a bet now that it's 410k out there. Ortal has gone nowhere so far. And that king pairing the board is enough for Luke to give up. Or will be happy to take that one now away from his opponent, taking that one down and crossing the 1 million threshold, playing 1.1 million now. Quite nice for him. Tommy min raising with pocket fours. Ace Jack 5 is the flop 3 ways. Shah with the King 10. Luke with the King Jack. It is Tommy going to bet 50k. The turn is a 3 and the river is a 5. The 4 is hoping to just get this one through on the flop. We can see Luke wasn't going anywhere, and that gave Shah a good price. And Shah's going to try buy this pot now when he has busted straight draw, hoping to get a jack to fold, maybe some weak ace X, although that's a lot less likely. And Luke will make a good call. And he's playing almost 1.3 million now. Soilet says, the table with the neurosurgeons. Okay, sorry, that was mean. Well, it's one hell of an introduction, whether it's mean or it's not. Five, three, deuce, 3. That's a pretty nice run out, even though he had the best hand already. Turns a 3, rivers a 7. Well, he was going to take that one down. Most likely a showdown anyway. But does win himself another pot. Ibrahim with ace king, making it 42,000 to go. Min raise with a little bit of cheese on top. Most likely we'll have those 1k chips taken out of play at the end of this level. See, Alessio 3-betting from the small blind with 120k out there now. Don't try this at home. Especially against Ibrahim's stack. Guess what he has going for him here is perceived. It looks like he has 3-bet with the intention of calling Ibrahim. Now let's see exactly how much more it is. 250k back. Very aggressive from Alessio. Alessio with the best of it here. or with sixes is going to try rep some of that board on the ace king deuce. And that's an interesting card for Sarte, picking up nut flush draw. Six is going to continue firing. Really telling a big story now. Initially opening from under the gun +1. I'll tell you one thing, gang. Ace 6 ain't looking too hot right now. Calling to chop at best a lot of the time here. This bet as well is going to be very difficult for Sarte to stick around because he's only got 16 big blinds behind, and this represents almost half of his remaining stack. Whoa! Sarte decides to move all in after the ace-6 gets out of the way. I can't believe this. I actually thought we would see a fold from Sarte. Sarte deciding he's got too much equity, and if he's beat, he's beat. He's got to redraw to the nut flush. Actor Hulker says the Robbie. It is the Robbie. Maybe that's why he was playing the Jack 4 offsuit in the previous hand. That's some pickup for Sarte, I tell you. Wow, playing almost 42 bigs now. And or with a very creative double barrel. Getting the best hand to fold. But the other best hand hanging around with a jam. Shah now with 88 bigs, Carl with 83, Luke with 64, Alessio 62 or 43. Sarte now with 41 and change, Ibrahim with 27, Tommy with 20, and Francesco Garita is your shortest stack at this feature, but with 80-minute blind levels, he's still going to be totally fine playing 12 big blinds. Lukeman raising with king 4 of spades. So we see Alessio 3-betting to 150k here from the hijack with Queen Jack off suit. Francesco picking up a monster in the form of Ace King, and Alessio is going to be priced in. And off to the races we go with Francesco a 2-1 favourite to double up to 584k, just shy of 30 big blinds. Queen 8-3 is the flop. Lady for Alessio, deuce of spades on the third, and Francesco needing an ace or a king on the river. It doesn't arrive. It's the 5 of clubs. We lose Francesco Garita in 314th place. And Alessio now playing 81 bigs. Unlucky for the ace king. Alessio taking that one down with 9-7 of clubs. As Toilet says, the money stays in the familia. Sarte bets 30k. On the king 5-5, taking it down with the ace 10. Shah defending, but not hitting with his 7-3 of clubs. Shah completing his option here in the small with the jack 8 of diamonds. Carl with the jack 9 offsuit. Checks back and the flop is queen, queen, deuce. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Carl with the best of it now, trying to get value on this river. Whoa! Shah's going to call him off here with just jack high. Players aren't messing around. I thought the hands were reversed there. The speed in which Shah called on the river on the queen, deuce queen 9-3 board. He was a non-believer and he wasn't wasting any time in revealing it. Or going to call the raise from Sarte. Around to Luke. Getting a great price to see the flop with his queen deuce of hearts. And he will flick it in. 65k is the second barrel here. With the toppest of pairs, queen kicker Versarte takes that one down. Ibrahim Main raising with the king six of clubs. Ibrahim opening with the pocket eights, and Carl going to 3-bet to 150. Carl's been quite active in these opening two frames. Well, it looks like the 3-bet is actually to 115, not 150. That makes a lot more sense. You see players these days sizing down, not up with their 3-bets, especially if they're in position. And Ibrahim is going to call for that smallish 3-bet size. And there's an 8 in the window, followed by a king and a deuce. And this is a good board for Carl to rep. 80k is the bet from Carl. Oh, I don't like this at all from Ibrahim. Just shoving. Oh no. We just want to call there all day, every day. Bird says, I guess a call is not the best option with 25 big blinds left and out of position. I think when it's less than 3x, we can call there, but we really do not want to be check shoving when we flop the best board we could possibly see. You want to give your opponent with all those chips the opportunity to continue firing. And it was a good point and observation you made there, Bird. If we were less shallow, less than 25 big blinds behind, it's just under 20, it starts getting real squirrely there, whether to just jam the eights or fold. And I think we fold more so than jam. It's so hard to flop a set. We flop a set about 1 in 8 times. You have pocket eights, 8 on the flop. Just wants to check call there. Oh my God. Call the cops. Ibrahim with pocket aces under the gun. Luke 3 betting to 110. Both with healthy stacks. Whoa! Tommy shoves over the top. So much action. We haven't even got around to the big blind or with ace queen off suit. What is going on? Ace Queen needs to get out of here. Look at the action behind. Open from under the gun, 3-bet from mid position with the kings. Small blind rips for 15 bigs. We can talk about that later. I would be leaning towards fold. This is some setup. Ace Queen doesn't even play that well against an open and a 3-bet. Never mind an open, a 3-bet, and a jam. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is going on here? I don't even know if kings should be a call at that point. There is an open, a 3-bet, a jam, and a jam. Surely one of the 3 players that's all in behind you has to have aces at that point. The way the action is played out, if there was ever a time to fold kings pre, it would be right here, right now. He's called in record time, and look at the size of this pot. 80-minute blinds, average stack is 50 bigs, and somehow there is a 4-way all-in with 130 big blinds in the pot. This is incredible. Here we go. Jack 4-3. I did just say it was a 4-way all-in. Ibrahim will have 1 big blind remaining, and Luke has 21. But it's still for such a large portion of his remaining stack. My sentiments remain the same. Jack 4-3. So much chips to get in the middle here, facing that much action with ace queen off suit. You can see he's only got 1% now. Tommy with 6%, needs to find a 10, turns the 8 of spades. Yeah, so it was a 4-way all-in because Ibrahim getting his last 0.9 bigs in on the flop, of course. Here comes Big River for the boys, 3 of spades. We have a double elimination. Luke not quite getting crippled, but does lose a considerable portion of his stack. And Ibrahim Karkaba with pocket aces scoops the booty and is now playing over 130 big blinds. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Expect the unexpected. That hand was insane. And they're just going to do some calculations, some quick maths before the action continues. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. At that point, could you ever find a fold with kings? It's a good day to be aces, and it's a good time to be Ibrahim Karkaba, playing 131 bigs, 27% of all the chips in play at this feature. Just hope the big stack doesn't have the aces with kings. Yeah, so much action in that pot at that point. Incredible. Alessio raised to 45k with the Jack 8 of hearts, takes that one down. Ibrahim, going to be some length of time racking and stacking those chips to the top. Incredible. Interesting to see what way Ibrahim plays now with all those chips. Just need to take a breather after that four-way all in. Incredible stuff. Alessio with the ace-9 and raising around to Shah on the button with pocket sixes. So much chips in play at this feature. It's incredible. It's unbelievable. Unprecedented, I think, to see this amount of big blinds at the feature. About a 55k here on the turn in the call. 240 in the middle as we hit the riv. Alessio checks, Shah checks back instantly, and we'll take that one down, playing 92 big blinds now. See a 3-bet to 80k over Yeri. Now, if we're going to 3-bet from the hijack here, don't want to make it just 80k with pocket fours. Make it 100 or maybe 100 plus or just flat, especially with these small pockets. We want to flop a set. And Alessio going to 4-bet to 275 from the big, sniffing some weakness. Ibrahim is just going to fold now. I actually thought we might even get to see him call. That sizing, just going to price him out. He'll be kicking himself for 3-betting a hand like fours in that spot. Not something you see often. Sartate min raising with the Queen Jack off suit. And 17 bigs here. Ace King suited on the button. Just going to ram a jam this one. Sub 20 to start the hand. Shah taking that one down. Starte defending with the 5 deuce of hearts on the 8-3-3. Sometimes we might actually check raise there, but didn't cross his mind. Lets it go. Carl min raising with Jack 8 of clubs. So we have 3 hands left before the first break of the night. Hope you're all enjoying the show. I know I certainly am. A64 is the flop. Alessio raising to 90k here with 2 pair. Luke betting 40k. The initial opener, not the greatest of flops for him. Ibrahim getting out of the way. Alessio putting it back on Luke, and I think the 2 10s just have to go into the muck here. As sad and all as it is. And the ace-4 taking that one down. 10s going into the muck. 2 hands remaining before the break. We're going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes or so. A little bit less. Jay Wasello has to go. See you soon. Johan, the main man, thanks for your help. The 8's going to take that one down. Last hand before the break. Yuri with ace 8. Carl defending with 10-9. $45K is the bet. Yuri with an open ender with the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. More inclined to just check back on this board, even though we smacked this flop more so than Carl. Carl's just going to raise to 200K. I'd imagine that's going to be the end of this hand. Just makes us sad when we have to fold to a check raise, and therefore on this flop I think it's just better to check back and see a turn. A lot of good things can happen. And he will take that one down. We're off on our first break. What a fun 2 levels that was. Wow, we've 3 more frames to come tonight. 3 more 80-minute levels. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Kamoshi all smiles, of course.
Forse era meglio che flat.
I really like Thomas Hauskas's game. Very methodical.
Yeah, throughout the course of play yesterday, I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, really just found the spots, made the most of the hands he was dealt, and didn't draw a lot of attention to himself in the process, just content to do his bidding. King 9 of spades, paying a visit to Ron Ilani, dominating the Queen Jack of spades for Rezai.
Let's see if Rezai can win with King 9 of spades and against it. Well, this time he's going to have the lesser of the 2 spade holdings. This is an interesting spot for Hochheim.
Raising flat in front of him. Using the cutoff with a baby suited ace.
Yeah, I think I like this fold. It's not so pleasant to be coming in as the 3rd player with the baby ace, despite it being suited. Let's see if Svach wants to play. He does not.
Seven, 8 offsuit can close the action at a discount. Off of 1.2 though, every little chip counts. Is this
Sure
compulsory,
does.
Chewy?
No, I think I like this decision to fold. Sometimes these middling cards can really get us in trouble when we're up against a player who's called a middle position raise and middle position themselves. Oh
so
my.
his exit allows the most improbable of things to take place. 6-3 deuce, all spades, flush over flush.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Ilani immediately sitting up in his seat. And so interesting that he ran that massive bluff just moments earlier on that 3 club board. This time 3 spades out there, and yeah, unless a 4th spade comes or some other unusual circumstances, like maybe running 6s or whatnot, this is gonna be painful for Mr. Rezai.
Yeah, no question about it. Do you feel as though the pre-flop raisers checking board textures such as this typically are doing so in a very honest manner, unlike what we see here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think a lot of players will proceed somewhat cautiously on this type of board. He is just slow playing, though. Okay.
Board does pair on the turn after Rezai, understandably, with the queen high spades barreled 150 and got called.
I'm actually somewhat surprised to see Ilani just calling on the flop. I would imagine a lot of Rezai's hands are going to be pocket pairs or hands with a single spade. More so pocket pairs. And I would think we want to start extracting value from those straight away.
And that pursuit comes in the form of 580, says Rezai.
And I think at this point, now we probably just want to call.
If you're Ilani?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if Rezai's bluffing, we certainly don't want to fold him out. And the question we always have to ask ourselves when we raise a hand like this is, what kinds of hands might we be able to sell to our opponent that we could be bluffing with? If he had a bare king of spades, maybe. It's possible. He did make that very aggressive play moments earlier. It seems he agrees.
Yeah, there's the flat. Another 1,060,000 into the middle. You see Daniel looking over as if to say, what exactly would compel you to do this? There are going to be some non-spade overpairs, I would imagine, Chewy, that are involved in this behavior.
Yeah, definitely pocket pairs spring to mind as the exact sort of holding that Razai would look to be getting value from here. And Ilani lucky to dodge a fourth spade or a third three. This should lead to him getting paid in full. Assuming he does check it over, but in any case, I think the decision for Mr. Razai is basically just, does he want to bet all of Ilani's chips or most of them? Clearly we see this is a dark road to be traveling down, but from his perspective, a queen high flush seems as if it's the nuts.
So he jams, and obviously the pair on board, occasional concerns, nut flush, occasional concerns, but Ilani does stick it in there, and how delighted will he be to see a queen high flush, and you see Razai just flicking
It's a tough one.
that hand into the bin. Well, the rubber's meeting the road right now.
Yes, it is.
Current on-tap payout, 48,700 euros. It's going to stay that way for the next 3 visits to the desk. And then a not at all insignificant jump of, let's call it 11,000 euros, 59,400. Band begins at 15th place on down to 12th. 11th and 10th will be worth 74,000 apiece, and then the final table, 9th through 1st, and you'll see pay jumps with each elimination as Zidek
515.
makes his bid to avoid being among the eliminated. King 7 suited. Button jam.
And Tomasowski's even thinking it through with King Deuce suited. I like the fold, but it's reasonable to think about it.
Now Kamoshi
515,000.
already big blind and big blind Annie invested.
Yeah, just a 9 high. He's
Suited, Chewy,
interested.
suited.
I know, I see it. And spades are hot.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to be hot. Zidek, if somehow this King 7 of hearts gets showered against 9-5 of spades. But no, with 5 to come, we're shy of a 3-2 favorite. It
Yeah.
isn't the biggest of margins.
Indeed.
Threats looming as Kamoshi has 2 clean cards. And that is a dirty flop. Queen 9-6, 1 heart. Kamoshi in front.
King is better.
Give him an 8 or a 10.
Wow.
Okay, that's
Okay. What's next?
this is respectable.
Of clubs.
10 of hearts.
No. Three of hearts? You said-
9 of diamond.
Zidek picks up the flush draw. The gut shot. The king works as well. And instead, it's a 5 of diamonds.
Thanks, man.
Good game.
Zidek
Приятности.
says his goodbyes to the remainder of the field.
Good game, sir.
Dasz mu?
I wouldn't decide.
Seven three suited. Doesn't rate to P. Oh, wait, hang on. When the glasses speak, you know, we just may be
Yeah. We
making our
must defer.
decisions based on that. No, stop it. Behave. Now a king on the button. Not lost on Tamasauskas is the value of this kit.
Yeah, I think this is enough. As previously discussed, all that money up top. We do have to play to win a bit.
Not all, but most. Deployed for a second time by Tamasauskas as he tries to keep his head above water. Jack 6, not a candidate. We're going to see some stalling right about now, Chewy. I mean, we
Well, I
are
think-
one removed from the immediate paid jump, but obviously,
I think that's what's happening. Although it's interesting. Oh my.
all of a sudden,
Boom,
never mind the stalling.
All in.
Ilani can speed his chips into the middle. And
Yeah.
For Tamasauskas, this is demoralizing. Decisions were always foregone. Conclusions, and the King 8 does have one overcard to the Jacks, but for Vladas, perhaps the bell tolls.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle here.
Thank you. King 8 against Jacks. Just the king. Black king is good.
Jackim לking 8 שלו. king 8.
Updates being provided to the rail. 1.7 million in the middle. No king, though. Queen 10-5.
He'll take a jack now, though.
King is
Yeah.
still good.
Instead, the board pairs and the light flickers. Can the Lithuanian find a cowboy to stay alive?
Good game.
Nope.
GG game.
Good game, sir.
GG's issued.
Always a tough competitor.
Red rock, yeah.
Listen,
Yeah, redraw.
if I'm in the rest of the field, I see this man on his feet stepping out of the arena. I'm feeling a little bit better about my chances.
Absolutely.
Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
Straight away.
nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. Di Persio in 16th for the first of the 59,400 euro payouts. Meanwhile, back at the featured table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with king queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace king or ace queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace king,
Well,
here we are.
King Queen suffers from things that Ace King does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which Boyovic's kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision, quite simple for Berggren to depart, and Marcinkowski is going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And when we're here playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette. And the wheel lands in favor of Bojovic. Ace high board. Neither player reacting. They've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward Boyovic's ace king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one bites the dust here in the main on this occasion. Marcinkowski, 15th.
make up for this, huh?
It's ridiculous. 15 hours of play and we get like 9 minutes of break.
Yeah, but they made too many breaks.
Sorry?
They made too many breaks also, like after half an hour, after an hour.
We had like more break than play in the last couple of hours.
Ace queen for Gooms in the cutoff. Predictable open. Just the minimum. Tomescu, after picking him up back to back, now needs to consider whether or not he wants to try to take the post flop waters. Jack 9 suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, or perhaps a triple threat.
You think it's a candidate?
It's possible. I mean, he's against a cutoff raise.
Wow.
He agrees.
Somehow
1.5 now, right? Yeah.
you sniffed out this jam, and a quick call from Gooms, who covers, and Tomescu,
Good luck, Jody.
you know, part of, for me, the argument against this move would have been the fact that I just worked my way into an all-in in the last two hands, and just the opposition's going to be like, really, guy? 3 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a tough parlay.
Well, you can always try to sell. I didn't have it those first 2 times, but I really got it now.
Yeah, that's a tough sell at times, and the 8-8 deuce board is going to make things even tougher for Tomescu to stick around.
I was also somewhat
the 8 of spades.
biased by Andrian having made that similar play.
6 of spades on the turn, and all of a sudden Tomescu's got himself flush draw.
Added equity, indeed.
Look at all those outs at the top of your screen, and then look at the 3 of hearts and say goodbye to the Romanian, who, just as we had observed so much patience, looking like it was finally being rewarded, he got a little ahead of himself. No criticism of the play, obviously. Cutoff opens out of Gooms could very well have contained things that would have laid down, but instead, we will fight on absent Mr. Tomescu.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Sha is going to call the raise from Martin Lugosi, new player at our table. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the European Poker Millions. Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Small blind is now 10k, big blind is now 25k with a 25k running big blind. Andy, that's 10, 25, 25. Eighteen, 7 all club. It's dropped 3 ways. 265 players remain now by the way. Any agent has been reached with 1,850 euro. Certainly missed that one before the break. Close to 50 big blinds. And Marathon will take that one down. From Hungary, sitting in with 665k. We see Sarte raising to 50k here with Ace King of Hearts. Shah calling in the hijack with King 10 of Diamonds, and Alessio in the small with Ace Jack suited. Alessio correctly 3-betting a combo like Ace Jack suited. Just going to be running into the absolute top of Sarte's range. This can just happen sometimes. It is under the gun against the small blind after all, with the hijack sandwiched in the middle. 3 bets to 225. I like this sizing, by the way. 9 big blinds total. Sarte shoves over the top fairly quickly here to 895. Alessio will eventually fold to the pressure. Well played by both. Yuri 3 betting with kings from the small blind. Ibrahim raising to 75k. The king's taking down the previous hand. Alessio calling in the cutoff with pocket fives. Flop is queen 8-4. $460 in the pot now on the 8-4 queen. Board. Alessio can have a lot of queen X in his range. Be hoping to just get the showdown and win. River is a 3. Ibrahim betting one big blind, getting snapped. Betting one big blind on the river there to save himself having to call a larger bet. Alessio playing dangerously close to 2 million now. And here we go again. Aces and kings out there. What is going on? Ibrahim going for a full 3x raise. Luke shoving 15 bigs over the top with aces. Ibrahim winning a gigantic pot with them not so long ago. Smiles at his opponent. 830k in the pot. Golden opportunity for Luke Mans to double up here. Oh my God, it's a king in the window. This guy is running unbelievable so far. King 10, 7 is the flop. It ain't over yet. Three of clubs rolling off on the turn and an ace only is needed. Oh, it's an ace. Always a surprise around the corner of kings. That was the flop until the ace arrived on the river. Ibrahim still going to be playing a very healthy 74 big blind stack. Bit of rough justice there. 830k now. Not just justice all the time, rough justice. I wasn't expecting that king to come, and I certainly wasn't expecting that ace on the river. So approaching 250 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 5,303. 50 bigs is your average. It's the first of 3 levels remaining tonight. 80 minutes a level. As all the time says, that's poker, folks. He's all in, Vince. Yuri min raise with King Jack of Hearts. And Carl going to call him the big with pocket nines. Carl with the overpair. Yuri has a lot of things working for him in the form of some backdoors and the betting leads. Carl leads into Yuri. I'm not sure if I like this or not. Sometimes it's going to be fine. Don't really want to be making the pot bigger out of position. We're going to be check calling anyway, or check raising. We can do some leading. Might have led for a little bit bigger than 35k there. Queen of spades, not a great turn. Rings into flush. Here he can have a lot of queen X in his range. Hands like king, queen, ace, queen. It'd be jack, queen. Something that contains a spade. He can also have two spades in his hand that checks back. River is the jack of clubs. Here he has got there against the pocket nines. So 65k is the bet. And Carl felt compelled to call the way the hand played out. Small ball and on flop turn and river there. But Yuri takes that one down. A lot of big hands out there tonight. Ibrahim taking that one down. With the ace king. Here he opens with 10-9 suited. Ibrahim is going to click it. Well, he's min raising in position under the gun against hijack action 260 in the pot. Ibrahim has a habit of min raising. Seen him do it earlier with the fours. Here we go again with the queen jack. I way prefer doing this with queen jack than pocket fours. I would still like to go a little bit bigger. Or just get out of the way, honestly, against an under the gun open. The unsuited variety of queen jack. We can just pitch this one. We see a bet and a call on the king jack 8. Pretty action packed flop for their hands. Not a great turn for Yeri. Would have liked to see that deuce being a club, not a spade. I would just check back now if I was Ibrahim, but he just wants to go for more. New player at the table, Mexi. Mexico Dieter. Maybe some of you know what that means in German. Out there. Maybe you don't. I think Dieter is fast, if I'm not mistaken. Or schnell. Schnell means fast. Schnell, schnell. Mexi min raises with the ladies. Here he will defend. Mexi takes that one down with his ladies. Mexi in raising, ace king from under the gun. Bird says he's out. He has to go to bed. Bye, folks. Thanks for your help, Bird. See you tomorrow. Set for Luke here. Facing a 40k bet. Again, I prefer to just call. And he just call. And that's a brilliant card for Luke because it's given Mexi top pair, top kicker with a lot of draws out there. And now we see a bet of 130. And again, although it's a scary board now, lots of straight and flush possibilities, flush draws and straight draws. The play is to just call again. Instead, he's gone for the min raise to 260. I think it's fine to raise here, by the way, setting up a nice 420 left, or if Mexi wants to play for the lot on the turn. The more I think about it, raising makes a lot of sense on the turn to try to get the money in. But having said that, if we call, stock to pot ratio is going to be about 1-to-1, and when we do it this way, we stop Mexi from being able to continue with a lot of his draws. And when I mentioned a raise, I didn't expect to see a min raise from Luke, just to 260. Queen of Hearts rolling off does complete some two pairs and some straight draws from Mexi's perspective. As for Luke, this is the money card, unless our opponent has ace 10. And if they have ace 10, then so be it. He does move all in, and now Mexi is in a tough spot. Right off the bat, I would say that if Luke was bluffing, would he really bluff that quick as an all-in? And let's start thinking about his range on the turn. Does he just make it 260 with spades or clubs in his hand or a straight draw? I don't think so. So very polarizing now. Mexi's either way ahead or way behind. We can see he's way behind. Tough to let a hand as strong as ace king go. But what are we really beating? Let me know what you think about this one in the chat. I do realize it's 1 a.m. at Kings and it's a Sunday night. This is what we go to school for. Mexi does pay him off. We'll lose quite a large pot in a tournament like this with less than 250 players remaining. Mexi forced to show his hand because it was an all-in in the call. Luke now going to be playing 64 bigs. And as for Mexi, puts him back down to 34. That's 155 from the left row, 75 hard. Carl's going to call with King, Queen of Spades. So you bet a 90k here. We can see Carl has the best of it. Top pair, King kicker. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. See, we don't see Carl with the best of it. It's a little sneaky 2 pair. I missed. Which is now a full house. And that looked like a very good card for Carl because if his opponent had a different 2 pair, he's now being counterfeit. It's unlikely though anyway. He's going to have a queen with a worse kicker a decent portion of the time. It's just a grand card for Carl. It doesn't change the board much, just pairs it. If he's against 7s or 9s, he'll be paying off anyway. And there you have it, 230. He will be paying off. And a nice pot for Alessio with the full house. I said it was a nice card for Carl, meaning that it's a good card for him to call down on. Obviously, Alessio sitting there with the full house. Alessio with a great turn card here. Even though he had the best hand on the flop, he certainly has the best hand now. Ibrahim calls the 55k with the queen 10 on the ace king 10 king board. Carl gets out of the way with the sixes. Oh, hello, 6 ball. What could have been. Still made the correct fold on the turn. Don't look back in anger. $200k. He's the bet on the river, trying to get called here by Ibrahim. Does block the straight, the queen jack, but there's just so much ace x and king x out there. He has to give Alessio credit now. These two tangling once again. Ibrahim is a non-believer and will call. And that's a big ball for Alessio out of nowhere. Martin calling the raise from Yuri. He's 10 of diamonds for Martin. He could have elected to 3-bet, but off this stack depth in position, just wants to call. And we're suited. And Shah putting a stop to that right here, right now, with the Queen 7 on the Queen 6-9. Martin c-betting, getting raised, forced to let his hand go. Also, not the worst hand to just check back there. Straight draw working for us on the turn. Diamond draw working for us on the turn. We might just have the best hand now with ace high. Don't want to get check raised. Mexi 3 betting to 155 with the Jeffries. Sarte opening with the King Queen. Yuriman raises here with the ace-7 of diamonds, and Shah calls it the cutoff with king jack of hearts. Alessio is going to 3-bet with the goods. He's got ace queen of hearts in the big blind. Shah has a lot of chips, but against that pressure, 5x going to let his hand go. And Mexi just taking the previous hand down with a c-bet on the ace-5-3 with the ace-queen. Ibrahim raises to 80k with pocket sevens. Going for over 3x of an open round to Yuri in the small blind. And because Yuri has identified Ibrahim's opening raise to be around 3x each time, he's just going to shove the lot from the small blind with the ace-10 offsuit. And for Ibrahim here with pocket sevens, it just depends how often he thinks Yuri is shoving these kind of hands, this ace-10, etc. I think for 21 bigs, we can edge pass here with hands like 5s, 6s, and 7s and call 8s plus. Having said that, when we are quite active, 7s might creep in there. If it was somewhere around 13 to 18 bigs, would call this a little bit quicker. 15 or below, I think we snap. I don't really want to say snap call. These days, 15 bigs is a lot, especially in a tournament like this with 80-minute blinds. Don't know what you think about that one in the chat. I would call anything up to about 400k here. 525 for that extra 5 bigs. 5 to 6 bigs might just price me out. And Ibrahim does make a good laydown there because he has correctly identified that Yuri's not going to be shoving worse pairs, at least not often. And if we're flipping at best, we just don't really need to call with like hands like 5s, 6s, and 7s, 8s, and 9s. We're getting into the territory of just having too strong of a pair. And I'm going to be back in just a few moments, folks. Don't go anywhere. We have the rest of this level to come and 2 more lengthy 80-minute levels of action tonight. Alrighty, folks. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 15k. Big blind is 30k. With a 30k running big blind ante, that's 15, 30, 30. And we're hearing a lot of applause in the background. Some sort of a commotion taking place. Little piece of it for everyone here on the 7532 diamond flop. Right. 125 is the bet from Eben. I expected to see him just check the majority of the time here. Hijack against the big blind. This smacks the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opening range from the hijack, and therefore this 9 of diamonds completes the flush, completes 2 pairs, completes straights. Just turning our hand into a bluff, really. Which doesn't really make too much sense when we have a pair. Trying to get a 7 to fold. It's betting twice to get called by a variety of hands. I get it. I understand it. I would just personally prefer to check back on this turn in position and not bloat the pot any further. And there you have it. Alessio says, I don't believe you. This is my board. Have some of that sunshine. Meanwhile, I have some form of the hiccups. Maybe I should learn how to chew my food on the break. Ibrahim betting 100k here on the Jack 7-3. Yuri with the King 8 of Hearts. Flush draw. Ibrahim's just getting a bit out of line here on multiple occasions. I see a bet of 100k here with the Jacks on the 965. Sartre raised to 225. Again, using this kind of a board to raise because it smacks our range more so than our opponent. And it comes home on the turn. The shot just folds. Can't blame him. I would prefer, again, to just check back on that flop. Pot control, deception. They are the boards that our opponent can just check raise a variety of hands against us and rep so much. What I'm seeing a common theme here since the start of tonight is players not adjusting to the fact of how deep they are in common scenarios. See raise from Luke to 80k. The 8-9 suited. Call from Ibrahim. Oh, sorry. So it's been a limp from Ibrahim. He's mixing things up here. It's Luke who's raised to 80. trips on the turn now for Ibrahim. And look at that for a river. Now, Ibrahim has shown a propensity to pay off on the river. He's going to bet 240. I was wondering, is our go-to not to raise there against someone like Ibrahim, but he just snaps him off. Doesn't think he can get called by much worse. Doesn't want to risk running into a full house. It's unlikely. Ibrahim has jacks, aces, queens, ace, queen, or a higher flush. When he limps like that into a full table, I think we raise for value. It is just a 9 high flush. But a lot of Queen X will call us off. Just wants to make it small. The thing about clicking it back there is we get paranoid that our opponent's going to come over the top. If they come over the top, they have us beat. Almost always. The other side of that coin is, would we really be bluffing on the river with a small raise? The answer is probably no, but does Ibrahim know that? Probably not. Alessio way out in the lead at this feature now. 111 big blinds. Closest to him is Luke with 64, and then all the players with 50 bigs and below. The only player that's under 20 bigs is Martin Lugosi. Alessio raises the min. Expect to see Alessio be extremely active for the rest of this. The rest of this day too. He's got all the chips and he's putting them to work. And another one bites the dust. I had a feeling this guy, we've seen a few times, he is up $359,696. He had he was an osteopath. Had an incredible 2024. I'm not going to say this is another day in the park for him. It's a massive field. But it'll feel so good having that much chips in a field like this. 590 buy-in. He's going to be very comfortable and one to watch. We see Marathon with the nut flush draw here on the 7 king queen tree. Alessio betting 70k. He's really, really stretching here now with the 10 deuce offsuit from the cutoff. He knows there's just this level and one more level tonight. So he's ramping up the aggression. And he will take that previous hand down. Alessio seeming invincible for the most part. Not much in it there for Ibrahim, who has lost a considerable amount of chips, lads. Not going too well for him. Alessio with the min raise. Tens for Marathon. Alessio opening, Sarte 3 betting. I did say earlier, sometimes you can fold tens when there's an open and a 3 bet, but in this lineup, I think Martin has a lovely 4 bet rip. Martin does go for the 4 bet. This puts the action back on Sarte. 610 total. Once he's 3 bet, it's 435 more to call. But this is a 4 bet rip. So when we 3 bet combos like this, we can get away from it for 435k more, nearly 15 bigs more. We just let it go. What do we have here? Martin with ace 10 on the ace king ace. Moore's still hanging around here. Might feel compelled to bluff on the river. However, Martin is bet 115. This board not looking good for pocket fours, and he does get out of the way eventually. Alessio takes down another one. Alessio now playing 3.5 million almost. Very much been the Alessio show over the last couple of hours. Alessio from the small this time with Queen 10. I would prefer to see him go a little bit larger, blind v blind, out of position against Yuri. Does go for the 2.5x, does get called. Flop is ace 7-4. Alessio fires again and has crossed the 3.5 million mark. Shah taking that one down with the Jack 9 suited. Shot min raising with King Jack off suit. Looks like he 4-bet that one and takes it down. Shah has a nice aggressive style as well. Shah with 9s now, min raising. I should not be defending with the 8 deuce. Remember, he had about 2 million in chips. I think he'd even more than that. You can see it on his face. He's not happy. Remember, he won that pot with aces against kings, against ace queen, against tens. Maybe it was jacks. Sarte min raising with ace king suited. Mexi calls with ace queen. Just call. Could have elected to 3-bet, but decides to let it go. Sorry, to let the 3-bet go. Just call on the button, and Shah going to come along with king 8 of diamonds, 6-4 deuce. Runs the jack. Mexi betting 85k here on the turn. I think I'd be calling one more here with the ace king. Three bets to 150 here with the ace jack off suit. We have this hand and one more hand before the break. And then we're going to come back and play one more 80-minute level tonight. Luke with the sevens. Gonna come along. That's all Martin's board. 2 overcards to the 7s. 2 diamonds out there as well. Just a small take this one down. Doesn't need to bet too big. No more than 140 here. You could even go 110, 120, 130, something around quarter to 1/3. 125 sounds nice. We have the ace of diamonds as well. Goes for 130. Gary with king, queen of diamonds, min raising. Round to the big blind. And Luke with king jack. And Yuri takes that one down with a small C bet. And that'll bring us to the last break of the night. We'll be back in about 15 minutes or so. Lots more action to come from the Alessio show. Shah has shown some promise also. It's all kicking off. One level remaining for day 2 of the Euro Poker Millions. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Bogdanov's watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my top phone? Yeah?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though, I guess. Randy's decided, look, I'm gonna make a stand here for 1 blind. I've got a short stack back.
he's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand.
7 check.
Can Martinson find a check back, Randy? Again, such a short stack.
Don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet and trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
Yushka.
65,000. The bet very small. And a
Oh
swift
my
check.
god, what is going on here? Made a move of just king 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen suit. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
Ah, he's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
4 ace. 250,000.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get a
think,
fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he
Yeah.
does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was
taking
given
these
a good
flops.
price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well,
Club. Followed by 2
here we go.
clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He
just
pretty
want-
much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovski is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with
Right.
two overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's fives, we're actually in pretty good shape. Sevens,
if you're
nines,
up
tens.
against, yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovski, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovski to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up through him. I love it.
Blind raise or what? No, blind.
Well, we're back after having a word with our fourth place finisher, Alessandro Poderoli, out in fourth for 66,000. And with that elimination, Randy, we're down to 3, 87,000.
You've got some customers.
Plus the ticket.
Sorry, you've got some customers here.
Currently guaranteed. One more elimination away from... Oh my, Maroney's had the chance to defend the big. Closing the action. 7 million in the middle. And look at the check back from Di Nicola.
That doesn't mean he's not going to lose a lot of chips.
Perhaps, but the fact that he's avoided the c-bet on the flop could potentially save him 18 million.
Would like to see Maroney come in with a bet on the turn. He can represent a lot of missed straight draws or flush draws right now. See what he comes in with. 3.8 million, and the king's gonna have to go nowhere given how under-repped his hand is.
Went for more than half pot on the turn in the form of a probe 3 ways. Does put 15 million out there now. Less than 1 SPR. Sized it to perfection. To target some flush draws, target some set 10x. Oof. The 10-10 run out though.
That's a hard one to bet, right? Because your opponent could easily have a 10x as played. It depends on how light he feels he's getting called on the button, whether to bet or not. And it looks like he's just trying to induce from the busted diamonds and straight draws, which I think is a fine play for his 7.
It's going to check through, and
I feel like he lost the minimum with those 2 kings.
yeah, favorable run out there for Di Nicola. It's getting pretty even. 32 million for Di Nicola. 29 for Moroni.
King 9. Fold.
King 9, you push me away already.
Only nuts. A minute.
Joe back at it. This time with more chips, he leaves 600 back. Raised to $1 million, and he's run into an ace-king. And you see Emile Bisset happy
Oh,
To
another
push
ace
forward,
king.
2.9 million. Suvarna with the ace-king suited, by the way. And might this be one of those situations, Randy? Because if Suvarna
3-9. No, 2-9.
comes along, maybe, just maybe, Joe looks at this and thinks it's a bad spot, or there's no way he's got a shot at a triple up.
The problem is that we're not in the money yet. So if we were, then he's got a lot of reason to fold, try to get a little pay jump. But he's put in like a lot of his stack, 1 million. Maybe if he made it like 600, had 1 million back, I don't. We'll see, but we know the ace-king suited definitely is performing pretty well in this spot. Because let's just say Joe raises to 1 million and folds, leaves 3 big blinds, and Bisset happens to bust out. There's still 2 from the money. It's going to be so hard for him to still creep in there with the remaining 8 if that was the case. But I think he just got to flick it in and hope for the best.
Yeah, and
it's crossing his mind as he threw out all the time banks first.
Hope is really all he's going to have here, but
he knows he's dominated in one spot, almost certainly.
The aces all block one another. The kings are blocking one another. His jack is the cleanest of cards available. The problem is he needs to hit it. The struggle is so real for him here, Randy.
Yeah, he wish he could have like a jack 10 right now or like a pocket pair. Something he knows that is not dominated. There's no chance that ace jack has ever just got 2 overcards against both these hands or he's dominating one spot.
Okay, gamble.
Gamble, let's go.
I want to 30%. Oh, 30%. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Flush.
Last 600,000 comes forward, so the main pot will be between 3 players. 2.6 million on the side between Santosh and Bisset.
先算放一个。
不用，就A 发勾就行。这把赢了，好起来了，510是吧？
So 7.9 million in total available to Emil and Santosh. The flop, somehow the case ace finds its way to the board, but facts remain in terms of Joe's need for a jack. Backdoor spades for Suvarna.
No pressure, but jack. No pressure.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, Suvarna picks up the nut flush draw. And you can see the stress on Bisset's face here. As currently he's chopping the whole thing with Santosh, but a spade on the end would dash his hopes. A jack would keep Joe Chuen in there. What's it going to be?
Wow.
It is a spade.
No.
Runner, spades, and we've got a double knockout here. And look at Dvoris.
I told you flush, you know?
Very thankful.
Yes.
Obviously, nothing for Emil Bisset to do. Ace-king against ace-king. Deeply unlucky.
This is a wild enough jam here, 20 bigs. It is standard enough stuff, putting a lot of pressure on Yeri. In a tournament like this, 20 bigs seems like a lot to be shoving blind v blind. But when we have this much chips, YOLO from Alessio. Welcome back after the break. This is the last level of the night. Small blind is 20k, big blind 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. Alessio been raising with the blinds at 20, 40, 40 now. 40k big blind. Alessio takes that one down. Min raises the following hand with pocket fours. And he will take down another one. Luke Min raising from under the gun with Jack 10 of hearts. See a 3-bet to 225 with ace jack off 2 from under the gun +1. Alessio really putting the foot on the gas here. And Sarte has picked up on the fact that Alessio is going after every pot It's 4-bet. A bit of a wild situation here with an under the gun open and an under the gun +1 3-bet. Usually you just want to be letting your hand as strong as ace queen offsuit go in this scenario, but we can see there's a bit of a dynamic taking place. Alessio wanting the count, saving some face. See if you still in the chat saying there. Biko Miko, Alter Ace says any duchies? I don't see any duchies. We only have information about the feature table. No information about the outer tables. We'll have more information tomorrow. And third day of coverage for this one. 2:30 Central European time tomorrow. 1:30 Central European time on Tuesday. 184 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €1,850. And we see Alessio double the chips of second place. Shah with 41. Sarte 33. Luke 33. Martin 32. Mexico 24. And a couple of stacks under 20 bigs. That's how it's looking with about an hour of action remaining. Well, that 3-bet is going to get through. Shah's turn to raise. Alessio's just going to call from the small. Doesn't want to play a blow the pot out of position against Shah. 3 checks, and it's now the queen of diamonds rolling off, and Alessio with the best of it. Shah instantly checking a flush draw, by the way. They're playing quite quick and honest. Alessio betting 160 with his full house on that run out. Shah gets rid of his 8 high. Aces for Shah. Just decides to call. Martin with king, queen of clubs. Top is 10-8 deuce. Nothing in it for Martin. Alessio has got the goods this time. Aces. Alessio betting 110k now. Mexico could lose some more chips, but gets a river that will save him. Wow. He's going to bet 615k, putting Mexico all in. Mexico, a non-believer, had enough of Alessio, but has ran into the stone cold top of Alessio's range. Mexico has called it off. Didn't take about for too long. This is the power of the big stack. Plays tricks on your opponents. It can be tough to get away from hands against the chip leader. Ace King now for Sarte. 8 for Luke. Alessio now with 116 big blinds after winning that gigantic pot with aces. Luke with 41 in second place. Shah with 40. Sarte 35. Martin 28. Giri with 19. Ibrahim with 11. And Carl, who had such a great start to the day and had a lot of chips, finds himself still in contention, but under 10 big blinds. And look at this, Alessio min raising from under the gun +1. Ibrahim, who had so much chips earlier, is all in for his last 11 bigs, and it's going to run into Alessio with jacks. We see it rolling out. King, king, 6, 10. That 10 of clubs giving a lot of outs to Ibrahim as we hit the river. And that's one of them. The ace of diamonds coming off. Alessio loses a pot, but is still playing close to 4.2 million in chips. Can't win them all. Carl all in from the small blind for 6.5 bigs. Takes it down with the king 8 of hearts. We see a lot of money could go in here. Probably doesn't want to start check raising this last half an hour of the night. Just wants to call the 175 from. Oh no. It's Alessio that's raised. The Shah that's called. I thought we might see it go the other way. That's an interesting turn card. Goes check quickly. And now Alessio is going to walk into it because Shah has made a very good turn check designed to make Alessio blast here on the river. $3.25 is the bet. Shah just wants to call with Jack 7 of hearts. Just decides to call in case Alessio has a better flush. Has gone past 4 a.m. Our Kings players will be very tired. As am I. Decision fatigue sets in. A lot of pressure to make day 3. Come back tomorrow with the chance of playing for a lot more money. Over 400 grand for the winner. The event champion. And we're going to see a lot of chips go in here because Ibrahim has ace king. Luke with jacks. Ibrahim making it 130 to go. Luke wants to make this somewhere around 375 to 400. 350 even. Or just call. Decides to just call. And Luke just gets out of the way. We do see a 3-bet here from Martin to 280k with the ace-9 offsuit. Ballsy enough move against Alessio this late in the day. Tens for Alessio. Ibrahim with King Jack. Ace Queen 8 is the flop. Gonna go check, check. Ibrahim bets 140k, which was king high. Alessio quickly calls him off. Shot 3 bets to 250 from the big blind. Covers Sarte's stack of 30 bigs. 33 or so. With these ace-9 offsuit here, gonna have to put it in the muck. Ibrahim 3-betting to 205. Sarte opening with ace king. And Shaheen in the small blind with kings. We've got action. Wants to make it somewhere around 500k here, out of position. He's just going to make it 400k. And call me crazy, ace king's not looking too hot right now. I wouldn't be shocked to see this go into the muck. He's an open a 3-bet and a min 4-bet from the small blind. Ibrahim's been playing a bit reckless at times and is well capable. Shaheen has got some moves in his arsenal and is shown to be one of the better players at this table. However, when we click back 4-bet here from the small blind, just screams significant strength. You've got your mind made up though, and you've 30 bigs to start the hand. Sometimes you just got to go with it. It's easy for me to say. You could make an argument for folding ace king here. I'm able to see the cards. I know exactly what they've had all night. When he makes it this sizing, actually, when he makes it 400k, he's committing himself to the 3-better, but not committing himself to Sarte. So the more I think about it, the more I look at this, it's actually really good sizing. It's very clever. And I'm surprised we haven't seen Shaheen call by now. Because Sarte has gone over the top, Shaheen has leveled himself into thinking Sarte is going to have aces here a decent portion of the time. But having said all that, I just don't see how he's going to be folding. And the longer this goes on, it just looks a bit like a nit roll. This shouldn't be taking so long. We should have called by now. We've got to say what I see. He's not even the at-risk player here. He can call and still lose and have a million chips. It's 8.15 to call. We've got the kings of kings. There's 1.9 million in the pot. I realize there's only a few hands left to go. We're in the last half an hour of the night. You want to make day 3. But this isn't queens or jacks, it's kings. It's really not fair on Sarte at this point. He's going to think he's going to get a crying call here from ace queen or jacks or tens. Little does he know, Shaheen sitting there with kings. I don't even think we have a pay jump to worry about. €2,375 is the current payout. If he folds this, then fair enough. He wanted to think about it for that long. It's still going to be absurd. However, that would make more sense then. He really wants to fold kings here. Oh, this is painful. It's tough to watch. He folds. I don't believe it. He's leveled himself into believing that his opponent will only 5-bet rip with aces and has somehow folded. That's decision fatigue setting in well and truly. He can only make so many good decisions in a day, but he is going to regret that big time when he sees the replay. I don't want to be too harsh, but I got to call a spade a shovel sometimes. You got to call a spade a spade. It's hard to win the EPM when we're going to make folds with pocket kings pre-flop. There are spots where you can get things like this, but that wasn't one of them. Wow. Always a surprise around the corner at kings. The pressure is well and truly on. And to show folding kings pre as well. Insane. I don't think he was planning on folding his kings initially when he 4-bet. He just talked himself into it. And the ace-king getting away with murder there, by the way. Talk about breathing a sigh of relief. I don't think it had anything got to do with a page jump. I see some of you talking in the chat. You got to remember, it's 4:30 in the morning at Kings as well. They've been playing for many days on end and many, many hours. Those bright lights, camera, action on the feature table can play tricks on you as well. And this is going in as well. This pot spiraling out of control. Amazing turn card for Ibrahim, giving so much additional equity to the hijack. Oh my God, he gets there on the river and we lose Ibrahim. That would have put him right back in there. Nearly 40 big blinds. Nothing he can do once he turns the straight, of course. And I believe we have 3 hands remaining for the night. What a night it's been. Wow. If you're enjoying this show, we have so much more action coming tomorrow and Tuesday. This is one of the biggest events of the year, apart from the World Series of Poker Europe. Four hands remaining. We see a 3-bet to 175, and Martin is going to call with the king, queen of hearts. Flop is ace 10 8. Ace 10 8. Brink. Ferenc Varday. I'll have to look up the pronunciation of that one. Martin taking that one down with the ace queen, and we have 2 hands remaining. If you want to find out additional information, head over to the Kings Resort website. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on YouTube. And join the Action Army on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Yuri taking that one down with the ace queen. We have one more hand remaining. What a night of action it's been. My God. So much chips in play and 80-minute blinds. It's to be expected, but it really surpassed itself. Stream that had it all. Big bluffs, some huge folds, some creative deep stack play. Honest, if there's an issue with something that might have happened with a mod in the past, we don't want you banned on here. You've always been a good guy to have in the chat. So come on tomorrow, we'll sort that out. I don't want you being banned. So we have Carl here with 11 bigs. He's just gone all in. Oh, wow. Carl should not be going all in there. It doesn't even have a club in sight. 3 overcards. Well, 2 overcards. 3 overcards to his 7. And an ace mightn't even be good. He just goes with it. Well, he only had 1 big blind behind. My apologies. Thought that was 400k, not 40. Anna says, Dan, have a good sleep. Yes, I am very tired. It is 3:40 in Ireland. I'm going to sleep as much as I possibly can. Get up, do my routine, get some steak and eggs, and be ready for what could be set to be 12 to 15 hour stream. That's going to do it for me. You've got about 150 players coming back with the chance of playing for €400,000 for the eventual champion. Exciting stuff indeed. For now, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks to everyone who tuned in. Thanks to the moderators. Thanks to the new people in the chat and the old and the regulars. You know who you are by now. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.